What's up? It is morning. It's definitely morning. It's a rainy morning here. Hello, Austin. Hi. Might have to turn up just a little bit. Yeah. I brought out this book. If anyone knows what it is, you're amazing. Joe Piccaro's Drum Set Method. We're gonna work on some 3-stroke, 4-stroke, and 5-stroke things today. In regards to like jazz and all that stuff. So I'm very excited. Let me know if that's too loud. I changed stuff again. Mecca, what's up? Hold on. It's good to see you. I haven't had coffee in a bit. Kids are in school. Mrs. Drumstone is teaching. My mother-in-law is visiting for the weekend. So it's a chill day. Toby's up there chilling with her. Keeping her company. Probably like, pet me. But yeah, we're going to have a little sip. But it's going to be a fun day. Really excited to start getting into not fill ideas, but like breaking away from comping patterns between these two and just staying on the ride the whole time, but starting to move around the kit more and get independence and idea independence from that. So, you know what? I didn't even check if this is in the shot. Is it in there? Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh. I didn't even notice that the other day when I set up the camera. That's kind of funny. It's in there. Oh well. It's like on TV shows when the boom mic, like accidentally comes down on like old interviews and stuff. So we'll be all right. It's kind of yeah, right. Someone though is gonna be like, "Is that a boom mic in your shot?" Oh. Someone will. Someone someday, somewhere, it'll happen. But yeah, this is a very cool book I actually got from Joe himself back when he was alive. It's Jeff Piccaro's dad. So Jeff Piccaro from Toto and like the Rosanna Shuffle that everyone knows. His dad was an amazing drummer, amazing teacher. Here he is, right here. That's Joe. Joe Piccaro. The whole Piccaro family is like crazy good musicians. But I got this book off of him in like 2003, something like that. And I don't even know if they print it anymore. I hope so. It was self-published, what I remember. So if you can find it, I think you can, by Jopo Music Productions in North Hollywood. It's so cool. But it's really neat. It's a neat book that kind of goes through applying rudiments to the drum set in a jazz and straight kind of way. Like, it's funny. You could tell he wrote this in a very jazz, prominent time for him, because a lot of it is in swung eighths and stuff. But there's a couple parts where he's like, all right, now as a rock, as rock music. It's really funny. But it's a great book. So I'm just kind of running through this right now. So the 3-stroke rough is basically 3 notes in a roll. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you could do right, left, right, left, right, left, right, right, left, 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 right, all that kind of stuff. So just kind of slowing stuff down to where, playing here is one thing, but moving around the kit with it, So I'm just trying to like really make sure I'm hitting in the middle of the drum. My strokes are good, even like slow tempos as we get faster. So that's where I'm at today. And we're going to go through the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s. So a lot of work to do. Lots of work. Twinkle was so high. Oh, happy Friday, guys. It's Friday, right? I think it's Friday. I hope it's Friday. I'm trying really hard to like feather, like really feather, like very quietly. And then like when doing this stuff fast, it's funny, like even when we're playing like rock or whatever. Like like being aware of where you're hitting. Not just like how hard you're hitting, but it's like I'm aiming for here, right? But as tempos get faster, it's funny, like you're reaching from here to here. I start ending up over here because it's a little closer, right? And I end up a little over here. So instead of going, I'm going different, completely different sounds. Now that's not a bad thing, but it's like if you're practicing, try to like hit your target, instead of just like spraying and playing. So a lot of this stuff, it's repetitive and it seems silly, but a lot of it is just, really making sure you're being accurate with everything. Daniel, what's up? Hi. Hold on. I can never read music, and I studied for like 3-4 months. Yeah. Well, Daniel, that's not very long when it comes to learning how to read efficiently, but hopefully you learned something, Hal Blaine scored all of his music himself. Then he had a rubber stamp that read, Hal Blaine Strikes Again. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, like, it's Friday the 13th, is it? Oh my gosh. Probably gonna play terrible today. No, I feel like you should at least like learn like how to read like quarter notes or eighth notes or something. But it takes a long time. It took me about 2 years like of daily like reading out of books, finding things that like if you're going to practice reading, it's like find things that will challenge you, because you find that if you keep doing the same thing every day, you start to memorize it. You're not even reading it. So sight reading was a big thing. Sight reading at your level, obviously sitting down and trying to sight read this crazy piece is a terrible idea. But like constantly being like, all right, what is this? And having to figure it out. That's key. It's like my kids, my wife makes them read every day. So like the books, sometimes they've like memorized the books. And I'm like, are you reading that? Like they just kind of know like Spot can walk, Spot can jump. And you're like, wait a second. You're not even looking at the book and you're just reading it, because they see the pictures and they go, oh, yeah, I know what this is. So finding things that are going to challenge you reading-wise, that's what's really going to help. Yeah, reading from memory, yeah, the little punks. So, like 3-4 months, hopefully, like, you read something, but it's not something you get, like, in a week, like, oh, now I can read music. It's like learning how to, your brain's associating, like, note values, in real time while you're playing, and that's tricky. It's hard to do. Why is the book upside down? Is the book upside down? It shouldn't be. Is it? Oh, you mean the kids? That makes sense. Yeah, they're like, oh crap. Took a little star. Yeah. Well, when you start adding like melodies and pitches on the staff, it's a little crazier because you're doing rhythm and pitch. Drum music, you're dealing with pitches, but like it's all relative, so like every note on the bottom is going to be like a kick drum or something. So you're not actively like trying to remember scales and chord structures and sharps and flats and key signatures and all that. So it's not as crazy reading drum music, even though it's still intense, but if you're learning guitar and stuff like that, it's hard. It's hard. Something that just it doesn't happen instantly. But all right. But we're gonna continue. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going for accuracy and consistency in sound right? Obviously, if I'm just playing in real life, I'm just gonna go for it and let loose. But practicing, like really try to pay attention where you're hitting. Look at the drums. Go, there's the middle, or there's where I want to hit. Sometimes you might like the sound of it somewhere else, but if you're accurate enough to hit it, that's what's important. You know, that's what you're gonna go for. Cheers. Happy Friday. Hope no one has bad luck today. Anyone believe in that stuff? I don't really. I'm not really superstitious. But watch. Today be the day like all my cymbals crack. And the power goes out. Right? All that stuff. Plastic Guardian, what's up? Do you play Destiny? It's a trance. All right, here we go. Different variations. I'm on Joe Picaro's book. That's what we're working on right now. So we're doing just 3-stroke roughs. Bada boom, bada boom, bada boom, right? also trying to keep the ride cymbal like just right there, right in that sweet spot. Even after coming back, just so like in between the notes, it has that feeling of like ding, ding, ding. Even if you're not hearing that, but that quarter note is still like consistent in pitch. Doggo hair. So now the next part is a variation in 3/4 time. So we'll try that. That's kind of neat. All right, so next is a 3-stroke rough in kind of like that 3/4 feel in 4/4, I guess. So kind of moving the rough around. King Wade, what's up? That's right. You're so good. Yeah, this is it's German Beach. It's a Sonar vintage, and it's you know. Here, let's see if this works. I put this together yesterday. Let's see if it actually works. Maybe. There we go. Those are the sizes. Hopefully they're in the right spot. I can't see that far, but it's a great kit. Beautiful kit. I bought it. I got it in 2018, and I was like super into rock and like crazy stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I've always wanted, like, I had 22-inch, 24-inch stuff, kick wise. I'm like, I'm gonna get a jazz kit, and I was looking online, and we were moving here to Pennsylvania, and I saw this at the Chicago Music Exchange, or the Chicago Drum Exchange, and I saw it online. It was on sale. I was like, oh man, I'm just gonna buy it. I didn't even know. I'm like, 20-inch kit is beautiful. It's a jazz kit. I had no idea what I was doing. So I got it, and then I was tuning it like a rock kit, all like dumb and dead. And I was like, man, this kit sucks. Oh, I hate it. Because I was an idiot. But if you actually tune this up for jazz, like with the round over bearing edges, it's beautiful. It's so good. So yeah, I was an idiot 4 or 5 years ago. But now, this is the only kit I really want to play right now. It's just super fun. I'm actually looking at like bop kits, so smaller. I'm looking at 18-inch kick drums, because I'm like really enjoying it now. Where when you come from that world of like playing, like dead pillow in the kicks, portholes, and you just stomp and beat the crap out of it. If you don't know how to tune right, for actual resonance and feel, you have a hard time. But it turned out right. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's a beautiful kit. And we're only using 2 mics, so I'm using a stereo ribbon mic. Yeah, dude. Yep. We'll check tuning. I like to tune this. I don't know if you guys can see that, but I tune, that should be, oh man, C sharp. I don't even remember now. Holy crap. I know I like to have it at F sharp, but let's see. I think this is, C sharp. This should be G sharp, C sharp, and F sharp. We'll see. I haven't done this in a few days, so we'll see. Yeah? Pretty good. It's D sharp. That's what this is supposed to be, D sharp. It's a little flat. Should be good. Yeah, we're good. Some days I'll come down if it's like really cold or warm and I check it. I'm like, oh my gosh, holy crap. But it's all wide open except there's a little hanky. I don't know if you can see it. A little hanky right here on the other side of the pedal. But yeah, great kit. Great kit. But we're working out Joe Piccaro's book with 3-stroke ref. So this is like over the bar line kind of feel for it. And then we're going to work on just moving that all over the place. So here we go. Hopefully it's still in tune. Some of these next ones are like applying variation, so that boom, right? To different things. So I don't know. It's gonna sound a little wonky. These aren't my normal phrases, but it's fun to step into the realm. And again, today I'm trying to figure out not figure out, but like really focus on like hitting in the same spots, being consistent. So slowing stuff down, not going too fast, making sure my feathers are feathers, and the accents are punchy if they need to be. So it's tricky. You and me both. King, we both. I gotta do. Right? Trying to make it musical. When I'm doing this, it's like, if it's something weird, right? Like, I'll like move dynamics around. So I gotta remember to like keep that really strong and not let the ride cymbal come up and down in volume just as like, cause it's weird, and uncomfortable. So making sure everything stays as it should is the tricky part. scare me, dude. Thank you. That's so nice. I appreciate that. Did scare me though. I was like, huh. That low end, I'm like, did like a mic fall over? That's what it sounds like. Like, thank you, man. Thank you. Please do. Please do. I started in June, like really trying to like get better at jazz and stuff like that. So that's all we really do now on the channel. We used to do like song requests and stuff, but now it's just like practicing. And so if you ever want to come in, yeah. If you ever have questions, that's the best part right now is just like growing, getting better, and hanging out. So yeah, thank you. Mike's here. What's up, dude? I gotta remember, I gotta look at the YouTube thing. I'm live on YouTube too. We're on multiple places. Cause why not? It's Friday. Dude, it was fun chatting last night, for real. Cheers. I hope you have coffee in hand and you're restoring some amazing, I don't know. Some amazing snare. What was I gonna say? One thing I noticed with this, it's like my left, if I do left hand lead 3-stroke roughs, I'm either rushing them or dragging them, right? So I gotta remember to tighten them up or even them out, either one. It's a great movie. It's great. It's wonderful. Let me just do something really quick. I just like realized like I can't really see YouTube too well. Burp, burp, burp. Moving the thing around. There we go. Yeah, it's a great movie. It was on HBO recently, and I rewatched it, and then they like took it off, and I was like, oh man. I don't understand that. They'll have like something good and then take it off. I don't know. Licensing. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Played drums on and off for over 20 years. Let's go. I spent the last 5 years learning violin, but my teacher moved away and I realized I'm too old to be a prodigy. So, just learned trumpet. Oh, wow. Let's go. Lung capacity. The Mary J and the Siggies. Yeah. I was a music major. I was a percussion performance major. And we, you know, if you study music, like, you have to take a semester of, like, woodwinds or brass or strings and all that stuff. And, man, I sucked at everything except drums, to put it lightly. But just, like, using a mouthpiece is, like, so, like, bonkers to me. You know, it's just like, holy crap. There's, like, I don't know how to put it, but I couldn't get it to sound good. I think, and it was a semester. So, like, what? Like, 3 months? What is a semester? Like 12 weeks or something like that? I forget. But, like, I was like, never again. But my favorite instrument of all time, it's not the drums. It's a French horn. Like, if you listen to a French horn player that is just like just phenomenal at their instrument, it is like pure. It's like the perfect timbre. I don't know how to describe it, but a French horn is just like, oh, it's so good when you're listening to someone who knows what they're doing. Hey, what's up, dude? How are you doing? Trumpet's a solid instrument. Got a bunch of friends that have been playing for decades now, work on cardio. Yeah, see, I would suck at that. Like, if I talk too much or sing, I yawn. You know, my body's like, what are you doing? And it'll just make me yawn because it's like, we don't want to do this anymore. Shut up. Like, my vocal capacity is just so bad. Lung capacity, you know, but I have asthma, so that's my excuse. But yeah, good luck, man. Good luck. Violin, cello's amazing. I love cello. And again, I took a class, but even just like holding it, obviously I didn't carry around a cello, but we used it in class. It's just like, it's so weird to like, guitar is one thing because it kind of rests on your body, you know, and you're like, oh, okay, I just gotta balance it. Where the violin is like, if you're like gripping it wrong and like trying to play notes, it's just like, oh, it's crazy. Talk about touch. Try something new. Yeah, it's good for the brain. Trombone's another like really fascinating instrument because it's like upright bass or cello or the violin. Like, there's no fret markers, and with trombone, there's no, you know, no valves or anything. So it's just like, it's like, get good, you know. And I really believe like upright bass players, string, you know, instrumentalists, and like tromboneists. Is that how you say it? Trombonists? Tromboners? Whatever. Like, they have to hear different, right? Like, every instrument is paying attention to pitch and if they're intonated or not, but it's like they're so it's such a, like, they're on such another wavelength of like, you know, if your instrument is like set up properly, if you hit a valve or you hit a fret, like, it's gonna probably be okay in tune. But like, if you're like even a little bit off, you just see those little micro, and then over like decades of playing, they're just like, boom, right there. They're just like, especially bass players, it's fascinating to me. And they'll feel those vibrations of like, all right, I'm a little bit flat or a little bit sharp. It's like, holy crap. It's so neat. And they just make those micro adjustments without even thinking. They're just like, boom, 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 you know? Trombone champ, it's a meme of Guitar Hero. I've seen a couple people, I think, post about that, like on Twitter or something, like some music streamers play it, right? I don't know, man. I've played Rock Band or like once, and I was like, F this game. It was back in like when it first came out, and I was at a party and everyone's like, dude, you're gonna crush this game, let's go. And so I'm like, all right, what do I do? Okay. And like I was like, this is terrible, this is nothing like the real drums, because they had it set to like beginner or something. I'm like, what? So I was like instantly like, nope. But they have advanced pretty crazily, the technology. But I got booed. I was like, never again, nope. And I remember we were at a party, and I think my girlfriend at the time, was playing with me, and she was like destroying me. And I was like, oh man. Tail between legs. Walk away. But I've seen that. Pretty neat. How do you play that though? Like, do you need like a fake trombone? Like, do you use like VR stuff or something? That makes sense. Probably VR. But yeah, happy Friday. Hope everyone's having a great day. It's a chill day here. We're practicing. Tomorrow, me and the family, we're going into the big city. We're going to the big Manhattan, big New York City, and we're gonna just have a day in the city. We'll see how that goes. See if we make it an hour without crying, or like, I want it. We'll see. Oh, right on. Nice. Dude, that's so cool. With a mouse. Yeah. That's right, because you probably got to learn like all the things, Baki! Hello! Hello from YouTube. Hello. Yeah, I figured I was tweaking some OBS stuff today. Hopefully the internet's holding up strong. We've had some internet issues the past couple days, but I was like, you know what, screw it. We'll try YouTube today too. Baki, I hope you're well. I should check the stream health. Ooh, stream health. Stream is healthy. It says it's healthy, so I guess that's good. Right? Hopefully. It looks all right. And it's healthy. I like how they put that, though. Stream is healthy. Yeah. That's very internet things to say. But we'll get back to practicing. So we're working out of Joe Piccaro's book today. I've been threatening it for like a week now, applying rudiments into like beats and as fills and stuff like that. So that's what we're doing. And I'm really digging it. It's really fun. There's a lot we gotta do though. So much to do. So many room for activities and so forth. But if anyone has questions, please interrupt. Got some work to do. Yeah, dude, it's great to see you. Don't work too hard. It's Friday. Order a pizza. Treat yourself. I might. That's a lot of walking. I don't even know how much I walk. Do you use like one of the Apple Watch things or like a Fitbit? That's very cool. Yeah, you'll be good. And I'm sure it's just like, learning how to control your breathing more than like how strong your lungs are, That's probably part of it. I'm no expert though. I sucked at it. I passed the class, but I think the teacher was like, oh, these poor drummers. Oh, that's cool. They gave you Fitbits? Right on. I've never had I haven't worn a watch since like high school. So, yeah. I don't know. When I had it, I always felt like when I was drumming, I was like, ah. Oh. So I stopped wearing a watch, Constricted me, I guess. I don't know. I somehow felt it was slowing me down, even though it probably was doing nothing. Probably makes me stronger, right? Like extra weight on the left hand. I should get a new one. My glutes. There you go. Walnuts. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. All right. I just realized the alerts are real quiet, so I might have everything else like so loud. Gaddy! Gaddy Raid! Matt, hello. Red alerts. Hi, dude. What were you doing today? Speaking of bass, you gotta go. I've enjoyed your own. Yeah! Midnight. Oh, Australia, let's go. Oh, that's so cool. King, thank you. Thank you. Pleasure. Matt, hi. Aurora, hello. I love that name. And Crypto, hi. It's nice to see you guys. We're jazzing today. We're being jazz wannabes. Oh, hate to ride around, but oh no! Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I hope everyone's okay. That's the worst. We almost had one here. Not a family emergency, but the dog got out and was like running around. So hopefully no one's like throwing up or anything, or no one fell. It's the worst. Dude, be safe. Well wishes to everyone, and have a good weekend, man. But I appreciate you a lot. He's a good dude. Everyone follow Matt. He's a bass player, drummer, musician, does cool alert things, puppets. It's amazing. He's a good guy, and he's nice. Your grandma would be like, I like that Matt boy. He's nice. So follow him. Grandma's approved. But yeah, we're practicing some 3-stroke, 4-stroke, and 5-stroke roughs today. So we're working on jazz accuracy, moving around the kit, and just like being consistent and slowing stuff down, really being aware of what we're playing. Puppets, yeah. Daniel, it's cool. I remember the first time I went to his stream, his like alerts, he's got like these like puppet character things. It's really cool. It's very, very well done. But he was doing that like, man, 3-4 years ago. So it's pretty cool. He knows what he's doing. If I made a puppet, it would be like a sock. That's it. Just be a sock. That's all you get. That's the extent of my puppet knowledge. But it's fun, like with the kids when we go, like sometimes we'll go on YouTube and just kind of like peruse around, and we'll come across like Muppet videos or like old Muppet stuff, you know, like TV appearances or old Muppet Show things. That show was pretty good back in the day. I used to watch it. Muppets Tonight, you know, back in the day. Carver, hello. So yeah, puppets are fun. Puppet love. All right, we're moving along. Boom, boom. All the roughs today. And if anyone has questions or anything like that, let me know. My name's Dan. I like drums, and I like getting better at drums. That's what we're doing. So feel free to interrupt. Please, please, please. What is the volume of the drum in decibels? I have no idea. That's a great question. I really don't know. I don't have a decibel meter, but it's loud if you're really playing. I'm sure the info is on there somewhere, but hello. I really don't know. I'm playing kind of soft today, so it's not too bad. But I'm wearing in-ears, so I got these in my ears so I don't blow out my eardrums, and I can be old and still hear how bad I am. It's kind of cool. Norway, no. There's no way for me to watch it. I'm so far away. So far away. But the next one, I'm going to have to slow it down for a second. It's got this really cool... I've played all these before, and from time to time I'll come back to this book, but some of these still throw me off. Like, they're just weird. Not that maybe I just don't understand them right now, or like musically I just don't know how they would fit. But yeah, this next one's a little weird, so I'm going to slow it down. thank you. That's such a great band. Gunship is so good. Highly anticipating their new stuff. But thank you. Very, very, very kind. Thank you, Harry, dude. Dude, thank you. Holy crap. That was very nice. Cheers. I'm gonna cheers. Seriously, man. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind. That's the last of that cup. I gotta reload. But happy Friday. That was very, very nice. Very, very nice. I hope you're having an extra lucky Friday the 13th. I don't believe in all that stuff. But it could be real. I don't know. But I'll tell you at the end of the day. If my roof's leaking and I don't know, I slip and fall in dog poop walking the dog later. But yeah, thank you. That's so nice. That's a very hard phrase. Whenever you play, at least for me, when you're playing, essentially, let me see, like, what makes this weird is you're playing 3 ta ta, right? So triplets, right? But you're playing 2 notes with the snare and then 2 notes with the kick. Usually you play stuff together or against each other. This is... It's so weird. So you're going like ride, snare, snare with a kick, kick with a ride. So it's like you start here and you end here, right? Whoa. It's so hard to do it slow. Right? It's weird. So weird. Is that our Foundry Reserve? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Again, I did these yesterday, so they should be working. I'm going to hit a button. If it works, I'm a genius. If it doesn't, I'm going to blame, I don't know, Steve Jobs. It's a great cymbal, yeah. I've heard a bunch of people, like, this one weighs 2,640 grams. So it's not a light ride, but they do have the Foundry Reserve light ride. It's a great cymbal. This is a 22-inch. So, and then, yeah, this is a 24. Big old cymbal. And then these are the 15s, the hi-hats. So, I'll let you hear it. I'll do that one more time. Finger, what's up? Hi. Happy Friday, dude. Yeah, so, Finger. Oh my gosh, you're going to laugh, man. I've been in this room for a long time. Here, I'm going to reload. We'll have some coffee. Just got my Yost Nichols. Ooh. That's a nice snare. What's the shell? I'm trying to remember. I could picture it. He's so good. He's like, I mean, drummers know who he is. And I'm sure a lot of European musicians do, but he's such a, I don't want to say underrated, but man, he should be at like the top of all the lists. He's so good. I mean, he is for drummers, 100%, you know? He gets beats like the Benny Grab. Oh, right on. I've got the beach one. That's what this kit is. This kit is beach. Benny's is what, 13 by 6.5? Okay, don't spill. But this kit, I just like to test these out, see if they're gonna work. This kit is a little laggy, but we'll get there. We'll get good one day. 13 by 575. Yeah. That's Yo's. His is 13 too. Man, 13's a hot item. Or maybe you mean that was 13 by 575. That sounds right. That looks right. But finger. So the overhead cam, I have. It's a 12 mil lens, right? That's as far as like my cinema lenses go. That's like the widest I've got. I've got two 12s, two 35s, a 24, a 50, and an 85 for different stuff. And like the 12, like you can only zoom out so far. And I was like, man, I want to bring that camera back, but I had it on an arm. And then I'm sitting here yesterday. I'm like moving it all over the place. And I'm like, I want it out more, you know? And I feel like that camera's drooping too. We should probably droop that up. Like my head's touching. But I'm like, why am I using this arm? So now I just have it like it's right by the ceiling, but because I was gonna order like a 10 mil, lens, but I'm like, man, that's perfect, So it's giving it that kind of not fisheye, but it's distorting a little bit on the very, very outsides. But yeah, like why didn't I do this like 2 years ago? And all I needed was this one little adapter for the wall mount. It's a microphone cymbal arm. So I have these adapters that go over microphone stands, and then you can use camera holders and stuff. I'm like, what? Why didn't I do that a long time ago? So yeah, simplest things make the day easier. But if you're not thinking about it, I guess, or if you're not like checking in with everything now and then, you don't come up with new ideas. But Harry, what kind of drums do you play? Like what kind of kit? Do you have a Sonar kit? Or a Sonor? I've heard it called many different ways. Sonar, Sonor. SQ1, nice. Those are nice. What finish? What sizes? Sorry. I like all the questions. Sonar was my first drum set. I had back in 1999. I got a Force 2001 long time ago. And that was basswood, I think. Nothing crazy, but a lot of people used basswood back then. But beach is like it's a big thing. There's a lot of the SQ2 like jazz and bop kits that I've seen are in beach. They sound fantastic. So but the SQ2s are what? Birch, I think. Some maybe maple. I want to say they're birch though. Could be very wrong. The coffee's getting colder. Now this next thing is this 3-stroke roughs applied to 4-bar solos. So birch, yeah. Birch it cuts, man. What kind of music do you play? That's very, very, very nice to meet you. That was very, very kind. Thank you. I found birch always to be. I had a birch SJC kit, and I had birch wood hoops on it, so it tamed it a little bit. But that thing was just a chunk. It just cut through everything. It was so great. Mostly rock. Right on. Godsmack, Ozzy. Yeah. Okay, so that's perfect for that. It's very cool. You gig with a Yamaha Stage Custom, also birch. Nice. Those are solid drums too. Never had a Yamaha drum, but the school I taught at, the college they had, they had a deal with Yamaha, and so like all the stands and hardware were Yamaha and kits, And in the practice rooms, all Yamaha stuff. It was really nice. The finishes were always really cool too. I don't even know if Yamaha does. I guess they must do wraps, but they were all the kits at the school were all like bursts, beautiful wood finishes. They were gorgeous, and they were all stage customs. They weren't, what is like their recording custom, maybe like the really expensive stuff, but beautiful finishes. Sounds awesome and is cheap. When drunk spill beer on it. Exactly. So I play drums too. Oh, sorry, man. Oh. Then they like touch everything and you're like, just walk away. Yeah, the drunks. I was just talking with a friend. He plays in like a top 40 band here in the Northeast. And he was like, dude, there's always one. There's always one at every show. And I was like, yep. And there's always like that weirdo, that's like sitting on the sides, like watching the drummer, like, oh yeah. You're like, just go somewhere else. Like they're just like, oh yeah, I heard that. Heard you play that. Paradiddle, da-da-da. And you're like, what? Okay. They're always there. But it's a pleasure to meet you. Very nice. Anyone have anything cool planned for the weekend? We're going to go to, if the weather's nice and no one's sick and everyone behaves themselves, we're going to take the kiddos to New York City tomorrow. We're going to go to Manhattan, do some walking around, some eating, maybe at Junior's, get some cheesecake. We'll see, though. We'll see. My mother-in-law's in town, so she's never been. So we'll see. We'll see. The thought of just staying home in pajamas becomes more appealing as it gets closer. It's like, oh man, I kind of just want to stay home, but we'll see. I would have to drive. I'm thinking traffic into the city on a Saturday shouldn't be as bad because no one's working, but watch. There'll be some huge event going on. Just the Lincoln Tunnel is just plugged up. So we'll see. Other than that, no, that's all that's going on. Playing a show way out in Junction City, Kansas. Right on. That's so cool. Midwest. Is it warm for you guys, hopefully? Tama's, hello. Tama's, hello. I hope I'm saying that right. How can I communicate with a drummer better than saying boom, boom, shik, boom, shikash? I don't know. The same way drummers can learn how to communicate with musicians by learning chords and, key signatures and scales. Learn the rhythms, Learn basic kind of drum stuff. When the drummer's like, that part when you're like, wow, and then wow, and you're like, what are you talking about? That's kind of the comparison I always tell people. Because most drummers have no idea what chord changes are. But if a drummer can go like, all right, when we switch to, G, you're like, oh, snap. The drummer knows where we are, knows what's going on. Or like that fourth, Let's hit it from there. That's a good question, though. But the easiest answer is just, like, learn about, like, the different parts of the drum set. Learn how, like, kind of basic beats work and the feels, or like what the drummer's doing. It'll just make things a lot easier. I think if you're playing in a band or you're a professional musician, you should know all the workings of like what's going on around you. It's going to make you more valuable in the industry and just easier to communicate and work with if you know about like live sound, or if you're communicating with front of house or something, or in a recording studio. Like the more you know, just the smoother things go and just easier. So it's a good question. The beetly boop. Oh yeah. Drummer's like, what? What does that mean? Beetly boop 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 boppity bop boop. But the thing is like people. I will say this: when people start doing like the beatboxing thing, you know, like, oh, the beat that's like, you know, it's always, to me, that is like, oh, I don't want to hear this. Everyone has it like their own, you know, the way of doing it. So like people will do hi-hats like like extra sibilancy. I'm like, oh, what hi-hats do you listen to? You know? Or they'll do a snare sound like, you know, the boom, kink. And I'm like, what? Sounds like toy drums. What are you listening to? So, but you can always tell like a drummer's going like boom, like that kind of stuff. I'm learning more theory so I can say in the second bar of the pattern, try rushing the C sharp. There you go. Yeah, it's just gonna make you a better musician in general if you understand what the other part of your band is doing, right? If you're, I don't know, I use this example a lot, but if you're like a chef, you know, if you know what each ingredients are doing and what chemical reactions are doing or happening and all that, it's just, you understand what you're doing a lot more. It comes out better, hopefully. It could still taste bad, I guess. You know. Does everyone have their own drum line? Yeah, if you ask someone to like mouth sing a drum part, you know, like they're all gonna sound different. No one ever, there's no like, there's no way to do it all uniformly. So that's what's frustrating. Same with writing drum musics or writing charts. If you're a guitar player, you know, everyone's gonna write a chart differently. So you just get used to like all these different things, you know. The more you understand how it works, you'll understand like, okay, this person just writes charts weird. I get what's going on. So yeah, I'd say just kind of go on YouTube, type in like drum parts, basic drum sounds or something, and basic beats. Learn about like hi-hats, open, closing, 8th note, 16th note feel, triplet, all this stuff. It's not too crazy. But do cat. Yeah, do cat. Yeah, a lot of people say just weird. It's weird. It's funny though. But all right, so this is 3-stroke rough. We're practicing jazz today. If you're just popping in, we're working on 3-stroke roughs specifically. I'm working out of Joe Piccaro, however you want to say it. His book, it's great. It's like rudiments applied to the drum set. So we're on 3-stroke roughs right now in jazz time, and this is like applying an idea to like 4-bar solos. So this is all written out, so I'm playing what's already been orchestrated, but trying it slow, trying it fast, trying to make sure like when I hit the ride cymbal or the snare, like I'm being consistent in where I hit it, so I'm moving around. I'm really trying to pay attention to, you know, am I staying in this area or am I like, you know, coming up here, playing just weird spots, you know, kind of spraying and playing. So we're being real focused with it, and that's what practice is about, right? Trying to pay attention, trying to stay relaxed, trying to breathe through my nose, right? all these little things are going through my brain when you're practicing, right? Because if you think about it, at times like these, when you go to perform live, hopefully you just do it without thinking, right? Instinct. Create it. Turn it into instinct. We'll smooth it out. Troy, what's up? Hello? what? Boxer. Oh wait, boxers turn into a thong as you wiggle. Let me see that. Wait, how did that song go? Let me see that thong. The thong, the thong, thong, thong. It's like some Black Eyed Peas song or something, right? Black Girl, hello. Let's go. It's good to see you. I'm not hearing this end part right. Hold on. Gotta count. Migo, so hi, it's totally Cisco. That's right. Holy crap! What other songs did Cisco have? Was that like his? Was he a one-hit wonder? Maybe. Wow, wow. Blast from the past. Brooklyn, what's up, dude? Hi. Yeah, we're on YouTube as well, guys. But hi, it's good to see you. Getting off track. I know, Cisco. Me see that dog. Isn't it like a... that dong, 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 dong. Isn't it like a reggaeton thing? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Focus. At least we're relaxed, right? At least we're relaxed. today. Oh my goodness. I gotta count this. So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, there we go. Brooklyn, again, it's good to see you. Thanks for hopping on YouTube as well. Happy weekend. It's Friday. Hopefully everyone's going to treat themselves and have some treats today. Order something you don't need, but you deserve. You know what I'm saying? You know. off-brand M&Ms. What's up? Hashtag self-love. Oh, sometimes those could be better, though. I'm just saying. I mean, M&Ms are great, but sometimes you come across some, maybe some homemade ones. You're like, oh, not homemade, but, like a candy store or something. And they're really good. But you deserve it. You deserve it. 100%. Payoden, thank you with the new Prime sub. That's so nice. Yeah, let's go. My boy got those N and N's. The N and N's. That's pretty funny. That's close, right? No, chocolate. That's treat yourself. Seriously, thank you. That's so nice. I hope you're well. Wow, that's so kind. That one's fun. 1 and 2, but it has that like. Kind of cool. If anyone has questions, please feel free to interrupt. Please. But thank you. That support is very, 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 very appreciated. Oh, is it like peanut M&Ms? That's pretty funny. It's close enough. Close enough. I'm trying to think. We have, so, like Reese cups, great. We're not right by, but like Hershey, Pennsylvania is like 2 hours away, hour and a half. Like we're close. But there's a company called, I'm thinking C's Candies. Not C's. Gertrude Hawk in like Scranton, and their peanut butter cups blow Reese cups out of the water. They're so good. But if you saw them, you'd be like, oh, it's probably like a crap candy. But man, they're so good. Been buying knockoff Raisin Bran, and it rules. Miko, yo. So, Mike, hello. So let's have a discussion. I used to hate off-brand stuff, right? I don't know why, but I was like, oh. As a kid, my mom would go to like Aldi's, and I'd be like, oh, these chips suck. They're not Lay's. Ugh. And then, I don't know, as I got older and poor, when we first got married, we would go to... my wife loves Trader Joe's, so we go to Trader Joe's, and she'd get like Trader Joe's, I don't know, like Cheerios or something, and I'd be like, oh, these suck. But then I was like, they're actually not that bad. They're pretty good. And so I started being like, okay, some of them are pretty good. And then like we moved back here, and my wife will go to Aldi's now, and like Dude, they have like this crunchy raisin bran or whatever. It blows normal raisin bran out the water. There's so many more raisins and it's amazing. And like some of the chips, it's like it's the same thing, you know? If you look at where it's made, it's like the same company is making like Heinz ketchup. It's making like all the other brands. It's pretty funny. Have you been in a band before? If so, what was your best band and worst experiences? I've been in many bands and played for many artists. Best and worst experiences? Man, that's so hard to think. Worst experience is when you're in a band and it's like breaking up, I guess, or stuff gets weird. It's just like being in a relationship with someone and you're like, God, I want to get out of here. There's always that like turmoil and arguing and just awkwardness. That's probably the worst part. The best is some of the recording studios and recording experiences, I think, have been the best. I've played a lot of great shows and stuff, but from like Warped Tour to, you know, Tuesday night at the Whiskey. So the shows are always cool, but some of the studios that I've got to record in, looking back on it, have been just like, I remember every little thing, like where people set their drinks and, you know, how dim the lights were and like all these weird things. So I think that's probably the most memorable. Where shows, it's all blur, you know, not because I was like out of my mind, but it was just like shows just all start to blur together when you're touring and doing a lot of stuff like that. It's funny how we change along with our wallet, right? No, but dude, freaking eggs right now are so expensive that my wife was like, I'm just gonna buy like the really good eggs. They're almost the same price. It's like 50 cents more. So yeah, so we have like real good eggs right now. Like those chickens are they own the range. You know what I'm saying? They're just like, they're expensive chicken eggs. Miko, yeah. But a lot of it is like being in places where the history of, like, I got to record at Sound City many times before it like shut down, and just being in those rooms, it doesn't even matter what you're playing or what you're recording, but you're like, man, that's where Dave Grohl's set was, you know, when they did you know, Nevermind, or Danny Carey set up there for Tool, and it's like, do you just know all these stories, and being, you know, sitting by a board that has like been sneezed on by, you know, Fleetwood Mac, like that's kind of wild. You know, like those things are kind of neat. Live shows are very fun, but I feel like I appreciated other things a little more. And the guitars, picked up his rig, and there were just indents in the carpet. Yeah. Bach, you're like, oh, so we need a guitar player. Okay. Yeah, that's what, like being in a band. Like people ask me all the time, like, do you want to be in a band? And it's like, look, I equate it to like being in a relationship. When you're like a teenager or like in your young 20s, you're like, you know, you're doing all the swiping, going out to all the clubs, you know, talking to all the people. But man, when you get older, you're like, man, I just want to stay home. You don't have the patience, right? I'm like, oh my God, I wouldn't, I always joke with my wife, I'm like, something ever happened to you, I would just be like, yeah, that's it. I just have no desire. But same with being in a band. It's just because I don't want to deal with like, so what's your favorite color? Oh, I love cheeseburgers too. You know, like I'm so over that. But when you join a band with people, it's just like, you know, like, oh, what kind of bands do you like? Oh, what kind of, like, I don't want to learn someone else's pros and cons or whatever. I just don't care about that anymore. or I just don't have the patience to sit there and learn someone's personality, both musically and off, you know. Did coke off that soundboard. That's exactly right. Sean, what's up, dude? My one band experience was horrible. I had to break up with 3 people at once. Yeah, I got real good and comfortable with bands breaking up because, you know, it happens all the time. But it still is annoying. You're like, oh my god, slamming doors and whatever. But as you get older, like, you know, there is something really cool about creating music. But committing yourself to like a band and being like, yeah, let's go, and devoting your time to it, it's just like, I have no desire for that anymore at all. Unless it's like the check is real big. But like, I don't want to collaborate really. You know, I don't want to write songs with someone. Like, I don't know. That's just so much work. But if you're playing with musicians that are just so good that stuff just writes itself, and just like the jam is really good and all that, like it's not really a relationship or whatever. It's just like you're just hanging with people. Those types of sessions or jams or recording things or shows, those are the best right now. Those are the most fun. But the camaraderie of my bandmates, the worst experience. Sunset clauses and record. Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Yep. Band. Yeah. I feel like, again, it's like the older you get, like I don't really have like friends anymore. Like I've got friends that I've had forever, but like I don't like hang out with people. I don't really have a desire to be like, dude, yeah, let's just hang out. Like, but I remember being in a band. It was like you had nothing else to do, you know, except like hang out with like your bandmates or go to Carl's Jr. and get a burger, just home and work. Yeah, but in a healthy way. Like, if I was hanging out with a buddy of mine, like just because, I'd be like, dude, I'm gonna go do something. Like, you know, you start to realize like, man, I don't want to just sit around here and, you know, do nothing. All the great bands met before they were 20 years old. Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah. With a metronome, not in a good way, and wanted me. Oh yeah, you're like, what? What the heck? And I hate to say it, but like bands, as like when I was growing up, and a lot of us remember, that just doesn't happen anymore. Like there's no. Maybe not at the rate that it does. Like, how often do you know people that get together and like jam, you know, as bands? Everyone tries to do it all remotely, right? Like, hey, you want to be in our band? Yeah, cool. All right, I'll send you tracks. It's like, what? You know, like that kind of magic of the way stuff used to be is just, it's not really there anymore. So being in the band now kind of sucks, you know? It was like, here, I'll send you tracks and you can record and then send it back. And it's like, okay, all right, this is kind of lame. Bands are business agreements between lovers, and eventually it'll go shit because at some point, yep, pretty much, yeah. They never play out right, except like the Rolling Stones, maybe. But if you look at like all these like forever bands, they're just. They all like go through, like most of the time they're not talking to each other until someone needs a new house, you know, or something. Then they're like, oh yeah, let's go on tour. And then they make a documentary like, that guy is such a jerk. Oh, I hate this band. Oh, I quit. And then, you know, someone's like, oh, you know what? I kind of want to buy an island somewhere. Yeah, let's do a reunion tour. Oh, okay. It's pretty funny. So whenever you see like those bands going, it's like someone just got a new mansion, or, you know, something just happened. Lost art. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Hooting hello. That sounds nice, actually. When the band breaks up, it's not the drummer who gets to do a solo tour with all the songs. That is true, Bach. Oh man, who was I just I was just chatting with someone the drummer for, I guess it would be Scott Stapp, right? Like he was in Creed, but he tours with them and just plays Creed songs pretty much. I think Scott Stapp had solo albums, but like no one's going to see Scott Stapp sing to hear his solo albums. You know, they just play like Creed songs. And I remember Brett Scallion, the band from, or the singer from Fuel. It's so funny, like whoever owns, like who has like the majority of the songwriting stuff can perform them. So usually the lead singers always have like the songwriting rights to it, or the right to perform it. So yeah, like look at like Panic at the Disco, all like those bands, Paramore. This band was only play a couple nights a week. Yes. Couldn't stand each other, and those are rough. Never knew why. Yeah, I like Creed was my first show, Hooting, that I ever went to. They put on a great show, amazing band. Alter Bridge is fantastic. Scott, he can sing, but I think like it was like at a time of like Nickelback and Creed and all that. It was like that was the way, was to be like, oh, the music sucks. Oh, you know, it's watered down. Cause stuff was really turning heavy, I guess. Rock in general, like there's always been like metal, but you got to look at like late '90s was, we were getting out of that like Dave Matthews kind of like Sugar Ray weird '90s vibe, you know, Everclear, all that stuff. In the late '90s, you saw bands like Deftones, Incubus that started off pretty heavy, start, you know, gaining popularity. Godsmack and all that. So like rock turned into this. It wasn't like with arms wide open. You know, it wasn't like singing. It was more like rah, like screaming and all that stuff. That was the birth of all that. So I think bands, rock bands that were singing, or like you could understand what they were saying, quickly turned into like, oh God, here we go. But that was like the metal's always been the same. Like they've always had their lane, but like the screamo new metal kind of stuff was really birthed out of all like Korn and all that kind of stuff. So all the bands that were popular in that genre were a lot heavier. So Creed and Nickelback, it was kind of silly, you know. From now looking back on it broadly, you're like, oh yeah, you had like Limp Bizkit. Look at all the bands at Woodstock '99, and then you had like Creed. You had like Stained and all those bands that earlier on in their career, they were pretty heavy, you know. I mean, heavy bands like Hoobastank, totally getting that pit. Although, to be fair, you listen to Hoobastank's first record, it's a pretty good record. It's really good. It's pretty intense. And even their second record, Dan, the guitar player, he's phenomenal. He's really, really good. The reason, though, was like the song that just went everywhere, and everyone assumed all Hoobastank songs sounded like that. You know? And the reason is you. But if you go back and you listen to like that stuff, like the first record, it's pretty good. It's like Incubus-y, like just, it's pretty intense. Actually love them, yeah. I saw Hoobastank before like their album dropped. They toured with 311 in 2001-ish, I think. And I was like, you know, you get the tickets for 311. It's like, with special guest Hoobastank. I'm like, Hooba what? What? Who's this band? And my friend was like, I don't know. I think they're like a ska band. And I was like, oh, that sucks. But we went, where did we go? Like Bloomsburg University or something they were playing. And it was great. They were fantastic. So I was like, wow, this band's like really good. There's no trumpet. What's going on? It's not a ska band. 92 was Megadeth's year That was when Countdown to Extinction came out. I don't know any Megadeth songs. I'm so sorry. Hooting. I'm so sorry. I don't know any Megadeth. Yeah, Megadeth. It was fun to like not like Megadeth too because of Metallica and like the popularity that they had. Mama Slim, hello. Big Head Todd and the Monsters. Yeah. It's neat to talk about it, but yeah, long story short, I just don't have a desire to be in a band, and like, you know, like, I don't know, the more you get into the music industry, the more you appreciate just like not being stuck in a band. Saw Megadeth, the Suicidal Tendencies as well. Nice, right on. Yeah, I've seen Megadeth a couple times at festivals, and they always put on a good show. Was it Dave Mustaine? Right? But I never listened to them. I mean, to be fair, I never really listened to Metallica either. Not sure any year was Megadeth's year, right? I would say now that they're more popular than ever, right? Like the last 5 years, I would say. 5-6 years, not including COVID, but I want to say they came back pretty good. Symphony of Destruction came out, yeah. 91. See, early 90s to me, I was more like the grunge, punk stuff, you know. I got into music like late 90s. So, 91, I was 10. So, I wasn't going out and buying, you know, Guns N' Roses. But, and by the time I got into music, Guns N' Roses was like so outdated. You know, it was like the new metal stuff, like Korn, and, you know, that was the new hotness. So, like, Guns N' Roses was like, oh boy. I was like, nope. You know, all the 80s stuff. Now it's cool, but back in the day, like STP, Bush, Blink, all like those kind of bands were coming into fruition. You had Beastie Boys, and like hip hop was really coming into its own. Live at the Ritz. Oh, right on. It's Korn. That kid's so good. I hope Korn someday puts that in. I have to hit up Chris. Be like, dude, you gotta sneak that into a Korn record somewhere. Smashing Pumpkins were real big. Yeah. He had so much charisma, Miko. Have you watched? I don't want to like put anybody down, but them coming back, I was like, oh boy. It's like watching like a dad at a wedding be like, watch out guys, I'm gonna break dance. And you're like, oh, are you sure? Are you okay? You sure? I don't know. He can't sing. He can't move. It's bad. Oh, Cranberries, yeah. He was a good frontman back in the day, but like did not age well. My youngest can't stand Guns N' Roses. He hates singers that have a lot of oh yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I never got into Guns N' Roses, but they were definitely put on a show. But I forget where I saw Guns N' Roses at like a festival, and they're like, I was like, oh man, he can barely like breathe. And just, I'm like, oh man, Slash probably really wanted to get that new house, you know, to make amends and then go on tour like that. I don't know. Smokers. This is probably a lot more than Smokers. Probably just like not doing anything for years. Like a voice, it's a muscle. So if you don't use it, and you're not exercising it, when you go to use it, you know, just like anything, like I can't do what I did 20 years ago physically, you know? Maybe if I did it every day and kept up with it, like I'd be all right. But going back into it, you need a lot of prep work and like you just don't like come back. And I think he thought he could because like, oh, I'm Axl Rose, but like, dude, you're so far gone. Nine Inch Nails, yeah. Speaking of like, they're a band that is just amazing, you know. Just he's never stopped writing or performing. So you go see Nine Inch Nails, they're better than they were in the '90s, in my opinion, now than ever. Different friends' houses, yeah. Hooting, yeah. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, it's fun to like see people, but I'm like, all right, I don't want to hang out here all night. I'm gonna go home, watch, you know, Game of Thrones, eat ice cream alone on my couch. Yeah, Miko, probably. Alimony payment tour, dental work tour. Yeah, my Evan manager robbed me. Yep, pretty much. Yep, that's 100%. Yeah, so when I see these bands on festivals, I'm just like, what? Although I did feel old the other day. I think it was yesterday. They announced Coachella a couple days ago, right? And I'm looking at the list, and I was like, I don't know any of these bands. I know like 3. The headliners I've heard of. I don't know who they are. Like I don't know who Bad Bunny is. I'm like, whatever. I saw Gorillaz are playing one night, but they're not even headlining. I was like, who are all these bands and these artists and people? I was like, oh, whatever. And then I saw Bonnaroo. And I was like, oh man, all the bands that used to play at Coachella are now at Bonnaroo. So if you enjoy rock and stuff like that, go to Bonnaroo. I was like, who are all these people on Coachella? Like, I don't know any of these acts. But I've reached that stage in my life. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who Bad Bunny is. I think I've seen him on like SNL. I don't know if they're a group or whatever, but they weren't memorable to me. Brooklyn, I'm sorry. A lot of the new bands now just remind me of old artists they're just trying to like keep, I don't know, relevant or fresh. I don't know. Nothing new has been really game changing, both in rock, hip hop, country. It's all just like it's a new face, same stuff, you know. Elvis movie a few days ago. Rest in peace, Lisa Marie. And it was eye opening. What if he asked me? I haven't seen that yet. I think it's on HBO, right? I should watch it. Yeah, she passed. She was young, right? She couldn't have been that old. Very sad. Bonnaroo, nice, yeah. Just different lyrics. HBO, yeah. Bad Bunny is the most popular artist on earth right now. Really? What's a Bad Bunny song sound like? Hold on. Let's see. Bad Bunny. Do a reaction video. All right, so Bad Bunny's a rapper, I take it. Is that Bad Bunny? He's got the bucket hat on, like speaking of the 90s. All right, so this is the #1 song. Let's hear it. Oh no. Oh God. This stuff still? People are still auto-tuning? I can't. cool. Not really, but I don't know. Like, it's just the same thing. I don't know. That's the, yeah. I get it. Make that money. But, I don't know. Same stuff, different day. What about Good Bunny? I watch Kenny B stream all the time, and I have no idea who any of these artists he talks about are. Oh, he's cool. I like Kenny. He's playing at, he's going to be at Coachella, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's that, I know I'm going to sound like an old person, but that's a show. Like, that kind of music, it's a product, 100%. 100%. And that's totally fine, right? It's people are going to buy it and consume it. But are people going to be talking about Bad Bunny in like 10 years? Probably not. You know what I mean? There's like, just like if we rewind, since we're talking about the 90s, like people were, like Sugar Ray or Smash Mouth was like huge. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, amazing. Oh, I love them. They're the best band ever. And maybe they would headline, whatever. But, like, no one's talking about them now, You sound like a hater. Yeah, totally. I swear. Go back 10 years. Who was, like, all the bands that are, like, really sticking around, or artists, or rappers, like they actually are really talented, but there's artists that come and go, just because I don't know, it's a trendy thing. It's like fashion, the whole beat scene, but I don't enjoy it. Yeah, I enjoy good rap, like really, honestly. To me, that is like, I don't know. Take all the effects off, take the beat away, and someone just going like it's like, okay. It's like, it's the Britney Spears of hip hop, personally, don't hate me, but it's the truth. Yeah. Get off my lawn. Like Eminem, Jay-Z, all that kind of stuff. Like, that is like, woo, amazing. Most popular music today is you can't jam it in a kitchen party with a bunch of friends. Endless loops of 16 bars. It's boring enough to play. Yeah. A lot of it is right now. I mean, people don't talk about this. But, a lot of those songs are made for 30-second sound bites now. So, like, to be put in, I know it sounds silly, but I've talked to producers about this all the time. People make music now, like, it used to be like, all right, get the hook within the first minute, so on the radio people listen. Now, it's like, all right, how can we cut this song up into 30-second chunks so people could use it for reels or clips or whatever, sound bites? So a lot of that stuff now is produced and written out to be, all right, so within 30 seconds, we get a verse and a chorus. Or that's how it's all. Honestly, you could take that song, chop it up, and it would fit reels or like, TikTok videos, all that stuff. That's what it's for now. That's how people consume it. People aren't listening to it on Spotify or whatever. It's all made right now to be like, all right, so when people, do a 30-second reel and they want to put like a song on there, that song is going to be perfect for it. So that's how 99% of all the main music or the top songs right now are written and thought out production-wise by labels, management, and people who write it. So Bad Bunny probably just shows up and he's like, cool, I like that beat. Yeah, I'll do my thing. And then they're like, all right, let's package this to put out and put it on a Coke commercial or all that kind of stuff. Cody, what's up? Hello. Empty verses, banger choruses, yeah. 100%. They're not thinking like, all right, how can we like make this verse like just really feel great? They're like, all right, it's too long, cut it. But that's how it's always been, you know. Back in the day, like I said, it was radio time. People were competing for like radio retention and all that kind of stuff. Nowadays, it's like, all right, who's gonna use our song the most and share it, and that's how it gets out. Reason why people write songs that are yeah. I can't tell you how many times that comes up now when people are because I do a lot of pitch work for people, so like recording songs for songs that'll get sold to, you know, major artists, and a lot of times it's like even country's one of the worst, because it's like, all right, that's country's the new rock and roll. You know, rock used to be like Led Zeppelin, crazy long songs, or Rush. And then it got, you know, watered down to like, all right, a rock song needs verse, chorus, bridge, chorus. Maybe an intro, maybe an outro, maybe a pre-chorus, but that'll be for alt rock. You know? But now hip hop is the new, like, all right, how can we do this? And country music is like, all right, how can we sell this on Monday Night Football? You know? It's like, it's crazy how they think about it now. Sadly. Did you see the live show video where the crowd only knew 2 lines of the song and the artist was so disappointed? No, but that's the reality though, you know? So, like, I was in it for a long time, like a lot of recording and stuff like that, but then you get to a point where you're just making it's just a product, you know. You're not really writing music, and again, it's just like it's a fad, all this stuff. So to make something with longevity nowadays is very rare, and it's very rare for a new artist to come onto the scene that's gonna be around for the next 50 years. Look at all the artists that we see now at the Grammys or whoever, you know, getting honored, and they're all like been around forever. So a lot of the new artists that are coming up, they just really don't have the talent to be long running artists. There's a couple, you know, Miley, Billie Eilish, Adele. Like, there's a couple that have popped up recently. But name me one rock band that you think that came out in the last 10 years that you think is going to be around in 20. I can't think of one, you know, and that sucks. It really does suck, because there's some great bands, but they really don't have the talent to be a long-running band. They'll get popular because of a single, or they wrote a cool little song, but there's no staying power. They're all like the, you know, popcorn flicks of the summer. Soulless music, and trust me, you don't get millions of dollars. If you're lucky to get 10%, really, yeah. Yep. But we'll see what happens. We'll see. Yo, yeah. Best one in jazz. There you go. Sniper, and yeah. The trio's really good. So we'll see, you know. Am I jaded? Probably. But I hear music now, and all I hear is, I guess, it from a producer's ear, and I'm like, that sounds like this. Or, wasn't that, you know, is this a new song? Because that sounds like this. You know, there's no real new, fresh ideas. Just reiterations for the next year or two. So, yeah. End rant. Hopefully the clouds are out of the sky. We chase them away with our yelling, you know. But Coachella is a big moneymaker. There's a reason people now do festivals instead of tours. So you can put all these bands that don't tour. I'm sure if you look at the list of Coachella artists, a lot of those bands aren't touring, but they'll do festivals. So, you know, it's kind of a win-win, a big way to get a lot of people together for a lot of money. that's the new model now, is festivals, short form content, like just how can we get our song placed on the number one song on TikTok or whatever. How can we get it to go viral? Like that's what counts right now as far as metrics and what people are looking for. It's not Spotify plays or radio plays anymore. Metal bands have longevity because their fans are old. Well, not really. It's kind of like if you think of it like population density and growth and all that stuff. Like all these legacy bands, I hate to say it, but they're all gonna slowly start like getting old and dying. Same with the, you know, all their fans. Young folks, I guess, then the younger generation don't pay or consume music the way that they do. Metal is going to be around, but metal, if you really look at it, is like the jazz of now. Like, I know metal has a big fan base and people are like, yeah, metal, and they go to shows and all that stuff, but the reality of it is the metal scene is like so minute compared to like mainstream hip hop or mainstream country. Like it's such a small little sliver, even though people are hardcore about it, but it is not a genre really that you'd want to get into if you want to make a living out of it. You know, the top bands right now in metal have been there for a while. You know, they're not like, there's no like newcomer bands that are just blowing up. They're probably touring and can maybe support a tour and come out even, and maybe get a record recorded. But man, labels, metal labels struggle. That's the truth. Just like jazz was like the number one thing, and then it was like, man, you could barely get a jazz artist on the road. You know, the hardcore fans are gonna go, but you're not gonna sell out, you know, Staples Center with jazz. You know, just like with metal, I doubt you'd sell it out. You know, enough to cover the cost of insurance and running the facility and all that stuff that goes along with it. I feel like metal is one of the few genres that embraces getting older. Yeah, I guess. They have to. Right? They kind of have to. But I feel part of it is, thank goodness we still have it, right? Like, it's great that people have their outlets and their things that they love. I don't think one genre of music is supposed to be the best or the most selling. I feel like we all get scammed at some point into listening or loving something that maybe when we look back on it, we're like, I was really not that good. Like I said, I went to a Creed show. That was my first big concert. But I think the more like, as you listen to music, as you mature, that's when you find your home. And sometimes it's metal, sometimes it's jazz or some weird avant-garde thing. And that's okay, you know? Is jazz in the post-bebop era? Yeah. It's funny because you go to certain spots, like I think touring in the United States is just like bands come here and they're like, they can't, a lot of the venues shut down. A lot of the metal bands, like they'll have a couple good shows on a tour in North America, but it's like no one's going to go to a show like they used to, especially in like bigger cities. Like it's very hard to sell out or to break even on a big venue. But you go to like Europe or Japan, certain bands sell out like constantly. So the market is so different in different regions. You know, jazz right now is huge in like Japan and Europe. You know, I feel like those countries just like love music in general, but America is such a dull place for bands to tour. You know, unless you're like Taylor Swift. Because people just don't want to go to shows, you know, like they used to. My first show was Insane Clown Posse. Very mature, 100%. Casey and the Sunshine Band. A little different, you know. Anyone I know in jazz go to Europe to tour. Yeah, East and West High. Yeah, well, because to tour you have to have money. You could book like a 20-date tour and be like, yeah, this is great. We have a huge tour lined up. But at the end of that tour, if you haven't at least broke even or made a profit, like that's bad to end a tour being in debt. Like, oh God, here's our gas bill, here's our hotel bill, you know, it adds up. So bands are going to tour where they know they can have a good outcome at the end of it, and that's hence why you see a lot of people going over to Europe and Asia, you know. Sadly, it really does suck. I saw some bands the past couple months that I know are fantastic, but they booked a show in like Northeast PA. Is a couple metal bands, and like it's very small turnout, right? Like maybe the place was at a fifth capacity, but they would do maybe like New York City. They can maybe fill it up, have a sold out show, you know, but like they struggle in the smaller towns to really get people to come out. Demand for it, etc. Yeah. You're paying gas right now. Exactly. I don't even want to know what the cost of gas is. I think it's over $4 here in Pennsylvania. I think I could be wrong. I think it's like 4 or something, like $4.10 a gallon. But let's say you got a bus, you know, or like diesel. Diesel's got to be a lot. Paid gas last year. It was $4.50. Yeah, it sucks, man. I think it went under $4 for like a minute, and then it goes back up. But yeah, I'm in Northeast PA, so. Europe and Asia, the average audience members still have a real appreciation for music or musicianship. North America's more swayed to show. Yeah. No one wants to go see an actual concert. They'd rather go see, like a big boom, boom, bam, bam, boom. Yeah, a spectacle. They want that big arena show. And to say like, oh, I got tickets to this. They don't really care about the artist, sadly. It's just a social thing, right? Like, I got Taylor Swift concerts. Like, well, sing me a Taylor Swift song. Oh, you know, Shake It Off. That one's good. You know? It's like, okay, you're just going to have a woo night, you know? Faceless, hello. That's why I'm impressed by Dami and JD Beck. Yeah. Small room with a drum set, like 2 keyboards. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's an appreciation for it. And I feel like people do, just like metal, right? Jazz. Like, these aren't going to be huge genres ever again. Like, there's not going to be this resurgence in jazz, sadly. And you won't see metal, like, overtaking country or hip-hop, anything like that. Sadly. I don't foresee that happening. But there is still an appreciation for it. And what's neat about the internet is it's so much easier to connect with bands and genres that you really like now, as opposed to back in the day, you know. Oh, Taylor, she's amazing. I love her records. Rick, Happy New Year. Hello. I would say I could probably play all Taylor Swift songs. I would enjoy that concert. So many jazz musicians begin to make hip hop because they're basically sister genres. Yeah, no, for real. Well, good hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Thundercat, yeah. You know. They didn't live in the hip hop realm. I'm not sure they'd be as popular as they are. Yeah. I don't know. Oh yeah, EDM. I hate to say it, but that's a joke now. It's a joke. You know why? Because it just got oversaturated with bad EDM. There was some really good stuff that came out, but then now it's just like, oh god. There's just, it all started to sound the same. And that's the decline of most genres. Sadly. Rock, metal, like, it all slowly merges into just one sound, and that's what sucks. But in the beginning, you know, you could tell, like, oh, that's this, you know, producer or this artist. Oh, that's this. But then eventually it's all the same thing. It's not bad, but it just all just merges together. So do I take requests? Hooting, I used to. I don't do anymore. House music, yeah. We'll see though. But of course, I don't listen to it, so I could be very, very wrong. But when I do listen, I'm like, I can't. This all sounds the same. See, I'm old and jaded and grumpy, but that's what the music industry will do to you, right, Blackberry? 25 years. It gets to you. That's why I feel like if you are really, you know, if you've had a long go at it, you really appreciate, even if you're just a listener of music, you really appreciate someone who can do what they do naturally and just really well. You know, seeing an artist, could be hip hop, could be whatever, just go into a studio and just create something and you're like, holy crap. They don't need auto-tune. They don't need to do 100 takes. They're just like good. That is just, you just appreciate that. It's so rare now, you know, it's just so rare. Where back in the day, all these legacy artists, there wasn't all these like digital CGI things to make them sound good or feel good or whatever. It was like they just had to be good. The microphone wasn't going to pick up, you know, crap. Well, it picks up crap, but you know, they're not going to, if you couldn't sing or you couldn't perform, you weren't heard. But that's the complete opposite today. You know, that's the last thing people think about, like, oh, yeah, they're not a very good singer, huh? Oh, it's all right. Just put this plug-in on and just turn it up a little bit. So I do really appreciate when I see an artist now, and I could care less what genre it is, but someone who could just do what they do naturally, just phenomenally. That is so neat, so fun. AI music? Oh God, I haven't even heard that. That's funny. AI music. What do you think about that AI art? I feel like it's such a slap in the face to like actual artists. Bill, what's up? 54 months. Let's go. Hi, dude. I'm ranting, Bill. I'm being old and grumpy. The AI thing, I feel like that's just a fad too, you know? I sound like Prince saying the internet is gonna go away. But it's funny, in the age of the digital stuff right now in creating music, everyone wants analog now. Like, no one wants to record at home or in a digital realm. Everyone is like looking for those weird analog recording studios now, like to go back to the old ways. You know, so I feel like we're just gonna get AI arted out, where eventually it's all gonna be the same, you know. But it's gonna make the real artists really pop through even more, because I honestly think like human talent is gonna just always be superior. If anything, AI art is gonna help with that. No one could hear them in the shows because PAs were shit. It goes were loud. Yeah. It's fad until the music labels make it a priority. There's no music labels anymore. There really isn't. There's management companies, but labels right now, that's the thing. Everyone's going to owning their own stuff. You know, they don't need labels anymore. New ways to screw artists out of money. But yeah, reel to reel. Yeah, that's the thing. make a priority. Yeah, AR will be off on games until someone sues. Yeah. It's kind of running rampant, right? It's like the new LimeWire or the new Napster of art. The mangled signature of the artist that sampled. Oh, really? For owning their own material. Yeah, yeah. In the age of like now, it's like you don't need labels. Back in the day were meant to do like publishing and get physical stuff out and tours and all that, but you don't need that anymore. You can do it all yourself. So like getting a record contract now really doesn't mean anything. Shocker, 23 months. Let's go. Hi. Constitutes derivative art at age where a computer can instantly produce something that strongly resembles. Yeah, but okay, we've talked about this. I know I haven't played in a hot minute, but it's fun to talk about. Like look at movies. I always use this example. Like if you put on any movie nowadays, there's so much CGI. There's so much, like, it looks great. We know it looks great. Like Star Wars looks real and the aliens or whatever look real. And the action scenes look real. But you know it's not, right? And it's like, oh, cool. But does it, after you've seen like 100 movies like that, are you really like excited and like impressed or stimulated by it? I remember Jurassic Park came out. It was like, what? They look real, right? We were all like blown away by it. But now it's like, now we're like, CGI sucks. We just know it's not real. So now it's like when you see a movie that doesn't have CGI in it or it's all real effects, you know, you're like, that's so cool. Because you're like, that isn't CGI. Holy crap. Like you appreciate good acting or a good cinematographer and stuff like that. Or at least I do, you know. Or continuous shots, you know, like, because you know they didn't chop it all up and faked it. You know, some of those World War II movies, like Dunkirk and all that, where they're just like, those shots are mind blowing. I haven't seen Avatar 2. I really want to. A24, yeah. Something in the style of Picasso. Yeah, Bill. Yeah. 1917. Yeah, that's the movie where it's like there was only 4 shots in it, right? It's crazy good. Avatar 2. It better, right? It's $2 billion. You know, better be good. A movie like that has to be done in CGI. But a lot of people make movies now on the cheap, thinking like, oh, we'll just like fix this in a computer afterwards. And you can totally tell, you know, like it's such a, and a lot of music is made like that now. Like, oh my God, this singer's awful. Well, we'll just fix it later. You know, I think they filmed all the Avatar movies, right? Like they're all filmed, Bill. I think that's what was taking so long. Yeah. 2 billion. No, yeah, no. Hooting. Yeah. Avatar was 2 billion to make. $2 billion. It already broke $1 billion, but it's pretty crazy. I think they filmed them all at once. 3 of them at once. But yeah, 2 billion was just one movie. So they've made like, I think 4 of them, 4 more. So yeah. That's a lot of money. That's like a little bit of Twitter, you know. So I'll see it. I'll see it when it comes on Disney Plus. I don't know. I'm an old man when it comes to going to the movies. Just costs $500 million. I don't know. Exactly, right? Just imagine how much good you could do with that. Imagine if Mr. Beast had $2 billion to give away. It'd be pretty cool. We'd all have an island, right? Those movies you have to see in like Dolby Atmos. Yeah, that one, yeah. It makes sense to see in a big cinematic place. But I don't mind movie theaters. I just hate other people in movie theaters. No one is just like, they're just the worst. You know, their phones out, like just, oh, hate it. It's so distracting for me in a movie theater. I can't enjoy it. Like IMAX, yeah. I like going to the movies too, but like I said, there's always that person that's like in front of you with their phone out or like talking, and you're just like, oh, what are you doing? VR headset is one of my favorite things. Oh, really? I've never done that. I've never tried a VR headset ever. Is an hour away. I don't even know where one is. Bill, that's crazy. That's kind of cool. That's wild. I don't know. Like, I like watching it at my house. I can have a bowl of ice cream. I can pause it, go to the bathroom. I like that. I like it. Yeah, dude. If you go to an AMC, they should have a Dolby theater. The sounds of people stuffing their face. Yeah. Or the... Right? Oh, wait, that could be two things. But soda bottles. You know what I'm saying? Trying to whisper. Is he the bad guy? Who is that? What about applauses in theaters? No, that doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me. Because usually they're doing it at like appropriate times. That makes sense. Sometimes it's fun. Like if you're at like a superhero movie, you know, like that's kind of cool. And it was like, oh! It's like, all right, cool. We're lucky if all the speakers are working. Oh, that's awesome. What time is it? I don't even know. Marvel, yeah, it's appropriate, right? Thanos gets his head chopped off. You're like, yeah. All right, we're gonna practice. I want to get through a couple more of these. Live in a small town? Yeah, we've got a small theater here. I like going there sometimes. I take the kids. We'll go see like Marvel stuff or whatever. But if it's a movie I really want to see, I just wait till it's at home. Unless it's something I don't want spoiled. But how long did it take for you to get comfortable with paradiddles? I'm still working on it. You know, I would say a couple years though. The thing with paradiddles is, when you play them, a game changer for me was this. Playing the paradiddle, but accenting, right? The rudiment, you accent that first note. Paradiddle, 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 paradiddle. If you slow it down, think of it like if you play the paradiddle, after you play the so you got the loud note, after you do that, that note should be just like floating away or floating up, right? Paradiddle, paradiddle. A lot of times when I first learned it, I would leave that note down there. I would go paradiddle. And then when I went to do the next note, I would then bring it up. So and I was always like struggling with speed. So it was like, I can't tell you how much that little thing helped. Like anyone could play the sticking, but it's like, as you start pushing tempos, it's when you start raising the sticks up. So if you're practicing paradiddles, like paradiddle, loud, soft, 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 loud, soft, right? That lifting up takes time. So if you're playing a paradiddle, paradiddle, like start bringing it up. That way you're right there. Like it's already in the spot. So if I could help you with anything with paradiddles, that is the big thing. Do I use heel toe technique? I never learned that. I've been playing like heel down. I don't do heel toe, no. personally. I can do it, but I don't know. I either do slide stuff, you know, like I'll do slide technique. I'm definitely more heel down nowadays, but he also got pulled into the school's core band. Nice, he's liking it too, and glad to see he step in. We're basing it. Nice, dude. Shocker, that's so cool. Yeah, my son got weights from Santa, and he's doing it. Like, I don't have to, like, not that I would be like, get in there, lift weights. But, you know, a lot of times you're like, we'll get him this, and they're never going to use him. He's taking it serious, you know. That's kind of cool. Little drum set, just practicing at work with whatever I find right now. Nice. Well, you could even do this. Blackberry, you too. Sympathetic resonance with snare. Oh, yeah. That's what you want. Yeah, it's a drum. They should be all talking to each other. It's one instrument, right? When people are like, I don't want my snare to make a sound when I hit my floor tom. It's like, okay, buy an electric kit. It's good, right? Right? You should be able to hear the cymbals sing a little bit when you clap. That's what you want. But yeah. You don't need to have a drum set to practice at, but just think in your head like paradiddle, paradiddle, paradiddle. Try it. It's weird. Like, start lifting up that hand. If you like accentuate it, like do la da 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 paradiddle, paradiddle, paradiddle. Makes sense. Couch pillow, yeah, or just like I said, just air drumming it or just tapping it, like just thinking about it is key. It's not physicality. It's not like, oh, I gotta practice it 1,000 times before I gotta build up muscle. You already have the muscles. You already have them. It's just a mental thing. If you really want to push like how hard you can hit and your endurance, that's gonna take time, but you already have them, all the muscles you need to play fast and play the drums. Rudiments. The only thing I dislike about sympathetic resonance is it muds up the mix when doing the live song request thing. Yeah, I mean, that's a mix thing, and just the thing like that, Sean. Like, from what I remember with doing it, it's just every genre is so different, you know. So you could have your kit mixed and tuned up for a certain thing, and it just sounds so bad with everything else. Unless you have like a DAW with different profiles and you can just switch between sub mixes or something, or like buses. It's so hard. It's so hard, you know, but I know what you mean. But if I'm you, I guarantee you, if you took that out, you would hate how it sounded. Does that make sense? Like if there was no, even in the appropriate genre, if you took it away, like that's why gating sometimes is just like, ugh, because it's like, it just makes it sound not real. It's like listening to someone with a gate on their voice when they're talking. It's like, hey, it's just quick, like it's distracting. It's like, what's going on there? Gates on, oh, do you? Dude, I wish I could come and just like help mix stuff. Because there's a way to do it, right? It takes a long time, but you'll learn how to like have it all be cohesive. You know, a gate is a quick fix um, to something that could be unbalanced. You know, um, just swap the preset. Yeah. Gates on overheads. Yeah, dude. um, but it's just like putting it. I talk about, you know, putting gates on drums. To me, it's the equivalent of like putting a gate on a talking someone talking. If you talk at the same perfect volume all the time, the gate will work exactly how you want it to. But some variations in that, it's just gonna be like, oh, it doesn't know. Like, it's a gate is stupid. They don't know what to do. Even if you have the most advanced, you know, whatever plug-in gate, if you're playing a specific thing in a specific way, they're your best friend. If you're using it for, you know, editing or doing a mix, live sound, you have to really overproduce the mix to use gates properly. Like, just putting gates on stuff is just, it's so weird because, again, they're not that smart. And most drummers play with so many different dynamics and volumes depending on the mood, depending on the song. So unless you have a really consistent drummer and you know exactly how they're going to play, setting the threshold and attack and responses of gates can be so annoying, you know? That's why most of the time when I hear them, they sound, it's like, they sound weird. Also depends on the sound you want, yeah. Get that reverse gate. But Sean, I hope you're having a good day, man. It's good to see you. All right, we're gonna try it. Nice little break. I might go pee. Do you guys mind if I go to the bathroom real quick? Drink a lot of coffee. I'll put some jazz on. I'll be right back. Honestly, I'll be quick. Make the drum breaks and have their snares gated. Old Beastie Boys. Yeah, some are fun. Sometimes it's the sound. You know, a gate is the only way to get that sound. So yeah, I'm all about them when they're used musically. But hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, much better, right? Toby was like, "Oh, right, he's done." Now he's like, Where's he going?" Toby's not very happy, but he'll be okay. All right. Let's do. We'll do the last one again just to make sure I remember what I'm doing. We're working out of Joe Piccaro's book. If you guys are just popping in. 3-stroke roughs. That's what we're working on right now. And yeah, feels. Had to go potty, so apologies. Apologies. If you're like, where is he? Sometimes you gotta go, right? Got yelled at from your doctor. How did that conversation come up? Or maybe I don't want to know. Oh, that's so funny. You're wondering where. Oh, what's up? Fort Knox was like, wait, what? What's happening? It's the drum set stream, right? That was a weird sound from my nose. Yeah, don't hold your pee. Go potty. Unless it's like a real good movie, you know? But, all right. That's so good. Oh, thank you. Too much info, but was having weird pains. Got all shut down. He told me my bladder is super stretched. Interesting. That's so crazy. They can see that stuff. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I'm not proud of it, but I can like drive a long way and like not pee. You know? Whenever I get in the car with like the kids and the missus, I'm like, we're not stopping. I could go like 12 hours without peeing. I could probably go longer. It's probably not good. Top Gun Maverick because I want to see that. I haven't seen that yet. Are they changing on their own? No, my kids are down here. They move them around and they're switching it for me. Right? Hey, wake up. I'm kidding. It's like, it's terrible. No, it's on an automatic scene switcher. So it's a Stream Deck. So the multi-function on a Stream Deck. And then they're on sliders. It's available on HBO Max. Wait, is it? No, it's not, is it? I think it's on Paramount Plus. If it's on HBO Max, I'm going to watch that tonight. Man, Bubblegum, hi. No streams happening in the stream? You mean like P streams? I might sign up for Paramount Plus for like that free week, you know, just to see it, and then I'll cancel. I'm gonna get the system. I know what I'm doing. Take that, Tom Cruise. You can't get me. No P streams. Hello, Bubblegum. You remind me of a Justin Timberlake song. Strawberry, strawberry, strawberry bubblegum. That's such a good song. Okay. I might play that. Strawberry bubblegum. That's a good song. Strawberry, strawberry, strawberry bubblegum. It's a natural phenomenon. It is a phenomenon if you really think about it. It's pretty wild. Honestly, try to get a water pump to do what your body does. It's crazy, you know. It takes a lot of energy to move water, let alone shoot it a few feet. I almost said a few yards, but that would be a true phenomenon. You know, I'm sure there's like competitions out there. For $50 with no commercial interruption, I got 50 cents. Oh, right on. That's cool. Yeah, why are we talking about pee? I don't know. Why not? Right? It happens. See, I have kids. I talk about pee all the time. Who peed on the floor? Who peed on the seat? Did you pee before you went to bed? Did you pee when you woke up? You know, it's natural. It's natural. All right. All right, new one. It's going way too fast. Wasn't ready for the turn. Such a weird one. Da, 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 da. Dark Hangover. Let's go. Go to Denny's, dude. Get a Grand Slam. That's it. That's it. A bunch of just black coffee. Get the hash browns. Some bacon. Some sausage. There you go. Cured. Get some toast. That's it. That's the secret. There it is. slow it down. I'm gonna move on to the next one. Whew, they're tricky. Daniel, dude, thanks for being here for the stream, man. This means the world. Woo! Not bad. I'll take it. Those are not phrases that I'm used to playing, but it's really good to just go outside your comfort zone and hear hits or hear like where something could be. Even if in your head you always play a certain fill in a certain spot. Learning something just awkward, who cares if you never use it, but just the fact that you're putting yourself in that situation, working through it, feeling it, and if you like it, cool. If you don't, move on. You know, all that stuff. It's very important. Next is three-stroke rough based on the eighth note triplet beginning on the first eighth note of a triplet. So this is like getting into like, some would consider like kind of like hair to stuff, like triple, right? Diddling. Diddling or doubling that first note of the triplet. So let's say you have eighth note triplets. Triplet, you play triplet, da 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 da, right? Similar to a hair to, not 100%, but. Yeah, it's a hair to. I guess it's how you put it. So these are weird. Give me a minute. That's hot. That's hot. Right? I like that. Um, but I'm not getting the most out of a simple way. You know? Yeah, use a symbol that, that's tricky. You don't want to play a symbol that, I think my mom is here. I hear talking. It's my mom. It's my mom. It's the symbol itself. Yeah, it all depends on what it is. My mother-in-law is here visiting. My mom was going to drop off cake. Do you guys mind? I'm just going to go up and say hi to my mom real quick. I hear talking. So hold on. I'll be right back. I'll leave this on. I'll be right back. Yeah. My mom. My mom. Got cake though, which is good. All right, where's the right ear? Okay. If it's a cheap symbol, you're probably just noticing that what it actually sounds like now. When you first get cymbals, they all kind of sound the same, but you'll quickly hear like, okay, this cymbal sucks. Yeah, that could be what's happening too, Dark. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Lost it. Hold on. just had to hear it a second. Hold on. It's so weird. Because it's left. I was playing it wrong. So it goes 1 and 2. Wow. they're hard. I love it. So you'll notice if I start with the right hand lead, if you start with the left hand, cool. It's cool. Ooh. Next is 3/4 time, just little exercises in 3/4. Play one bar of 3/4 jazz. gonna say this is gonna get into some over the bar line stuff. 3-stroke ref based on the eighth note triplet beginning second part. Okay, this is the second note of it now. Woo! The left-hand lead is so hard. One, it's basically one ta ta, two ta ta, one ta ta ta. Woo, that's hard. Again, I either slow it down or I rush it. So finding that like sweet spot. This is very hard. Very hard to feel with that left hand lead. It's hard. It's really weird. Oh, SJM, what's up? It's always the best practices, the brain breakers. Yes, they're always the best. Hi, Red Baron. Hello. Yeah, I'm 6 months into traditional grip, so a long way to go. But it's working. We're getting there. This is hard. This is very, very hard. Whew. Man, this is tricky. It's hard, like, just feeling it, like, naturally. It's just something, like, I don't do. Twisting the right power always helps add some sauce. Yes. 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 Yeah, just second note of the triplet. But it's adding the kick drum in it. That's throwing me off. I'll get it. I'll get it. It's cold. Yeah, it's cold. Compared to pipe band we call right left roughs compared to right left same effect. Yeah, there's different stickings. I'm working out of Joe Piccaro's book right now. So yeah, it all depends. The left hand, if you take why I get why he's saying this. So if you play a triplet, right, they alternate. So if you're right hand lead, right left, right. And if you're roughing or diddling the second note of the triplet, if you start right hand lead, which when you're playing a ride cymbal, triplet, it's left, right, left. That's the 3-stroke rough. So he's kind of teaching it in a sense like, all right, if you're playing on the ride, quarter notes. But feeling it is so hard. It's so weird. That's why I'm playing like triple, like trying to play like the eighth notes. I think I'm like straightening it up a little bit. Like I'm not fully feeling the swing of it. It was starting with left hand lead. Like I'm like almost choking it right before I play it, the rough, and it's annoying, man. Right. It's so weird, man. It's so weird. I love it though. It's the best. All right. watching. What's up, dude? 66 months. Let's go. Sammer, hello. Whoa. Crimea, let's go. Hi. Happy Friday. Watching. I don't know what camera's on, but yeah. I'm hurting my brain in a good way though. I'm gonna get this. This is so unnatural. But man, it's so cool. That just cured your hangover. What's up? What's up? Giant plate of food and Powerade. Nice. This is hard, guys. This one's giving me a run for my money. Run for the money, or whatever that saying is. I'm gonna backtrack just a little bit. I feel like I shouldn't be here yet. I gotta come back up here just to really feel it. Could you believe though if they did? How much money they would make? They would make more money off of that than selling alcohol, right? You know what I'm saying? Like IVs at home watching.
Stick controls. Nice, Dark. Let's go. Oh, we've been at it for a while today. What time is it? The kids will be getting home. Them kids. I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost in it. Oh, spooky. This is good. This is that good. You know what I'm saying? You know what? You know. That's intense, man. In a good way. In a real good way. Oh, I love that. Yeah, we're only on 3-stroke. Oh man, there's so much to do. I love it. What up? Man, that's good stuff. Oh, watching. That's right. Do you like them? They're really good. I still have mine. I put them off sale because I was like, you know what? If I ever need, I do that. I'm like, I don't need these. They're just in a box. But I still have them. Do you like yours though? It's good to see you. All right, that's it for today. That's it. No more drums. I gotta let that simmer, right? It's too hot out of the oven. I gotta let it simmer. JBL Studio sub as well, and it compliments them really nice. Where do you have your sub in your room? I'm curious. Right now I have my sub disconnected, and I want to put it back in, but I don't have an on-off switch for the sub. I gotta figure out. I know I could do it, but I gotta set it up. Because right now I could plug the monitors into the sub, but it's on all the time. And sometimes it's nice to hear it, what the monitors are gonna put through, but then hear it together, you know? Got it, yeah. Pretty close. Because, yeah, sound is so weird. I love it though, but it's frustrating at the same time. Because you want to have the sub, but you don't want it to like overpower or like take over. That's one thing I found with it. It's just like, oh, I could easily be like, and then I'll listen back to stuff on like a phone or something. I'm like, where's the low end? There's like no low end. I'm like, oh, it's because I'm like hearing it at the desk, like. So, right now I just have it off. So I'd rather have more low end than like undercompensating, you know. That was fun. Good stream. Good stream. Man, I feel good. I'm inspired. Hi, Mountain. Just so you know, since hearing the spider story, I can't help just watch the walls. Yeah. Oh, they're in here. But like I said, we're cool. As long as they're like eating the bad bugs and keeping the flying bugs out of here, I'm all about it. Every now and then I'll see like a spider web hanging from a light, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right. Oh, but yeah, man. JBL recommends the little pamphlet that came with it. Yeah, under your left monitor. It's so funny. I would recommend watching, just moving it all over. Pamphlets are like, I did that with my Yamahas. They were like, yeah, place your speakers at, and then, it's like, well, all the rooms are different, you know? You might want to move it further away from you so it hits you, because bass frequencies, they're so big. So if you have the sub like right by your leg, it's like you're not gonna feel it, but you step like 10 feet away and it's like, you know? So find, like, move the sub around. If you could do it in center, like where you're sitting, it shouldn't be under a speaker. It should be in front of you, because those waves just take, you know, if it's one side heavy, it'll be bouncing off the walls, creating weirdness, phase issues. Karsh, hello. Ooh, Karsh, I hope I'm saying that right. I'm probably butchering your name. I'm so sorry, but I would mess around with your room and just the placement of it. Wherever you're going to be listening the most, just sit there, listen to it, and then say, what would it sound like over here? Because the reflections, every room's going to be different. What kind of floors, all that stuff. Karsh, okay. Right on. Twitch is hard. Whew, man, I feel good. Today's a good day. So, no stream tomorrow. We're going to New York City. Going to the big city. Gonna get some pizza and some cheesecake. Stream Sunday, though. We'll be back Sunday. Sunday morning, unless I have bad pizza and cheesecake in New York, and I'm like, but we'll be in Manhattan tomorrow. So, that felt good. It felt really good. Everyone have an amazing Friday and Saturday. I love you. Thank you for hanging. And yeah, hopefully the internet was good for us today. Hopefully there wasn't like any hiccups. We'll see. I'll check afterwards, and it'll look like just a massacre of upload signal, and I'll be like, good God. So hopefully it was all right for you. You're from India, and Hindi names are difficult to pronounce. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's so cool. Wow. Man, the internet is amazing. I hope India is well today. But thank you, guys. I'm just going to end it. The bus is going to be here soon. The kiddos will be home, and all hell is about to break loose. So be good. Treat yourself. Happy Friday. Enjoy your Saturday. Mountain, order that pizza. Order it. Just order it. Just hit send, or just send. Just do it. You deserve it. Get those wings. Ew, pineapple. No, cancel then. Oh, burn your phone. Bye, Austin Dark. Have a good